Thank you.
Do you have like a, where are we sitting?
I would say maybe the second row.
Second row, we usually sit
Yeah.
like, you know,
Second row center.
right around here.
Mm-hmm.
I wish we had cup holders.
I know. That's something I personally have no control over.
It's a moot point for me. I don't think any company.
Yeah.
I wish we had a
I'm gonna keep my handwriting lessons.
your dad and me.
Listen, I'm here to be.
And they can.
Howard was. You met Howard.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Howard. Yeah, Howard was telling me all about sometimes it's tells us about that, like, yeah, no, and I mean, because they've already gone through several rounds of competition.
So while everyone is coming in, quick announcement, please bring in all of your things from the lobby. We do not have someone out there monitoring stuff, so don't leave anything out there that is precious to you. I can see, yeah. I can see. I can still see. Yeah, I can see. Yeah. Okay, I think we've got everyone pretty much back in here, so we're gonna get started. So good morning, everyone. That was like maybe 1/5 of you, so I'm gonna say that again. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yay! Welcome, welcome everyone. For all of you who are our guests today, welcome to UCLA and welcome to the California Nanosystems Institute at UCLA. Today is a great day. It's one of my favorite days of the year. Today is our final presentations for the 2026-2027 Nanovation Competition. 25-26, just kidding. Wow. Numbers. It feels like we're in the future. All right, so again, welcome to the California Nanosystems Institute. For those of you that have never been here before, we are a research institute, so not a traditional academic department, and we are centered in what is called the Court of Sciences on campus. So all of the different science, technology, engineering, and math departments surround us, and we are a central hub for making and looking at nanomaterials. We do a lot of different things in this institute. We have a bunch of shared research facilities. We have technology centers that house a lot of really excellent instrumentation for, again, making and looking at nanomaterials. We also have a Magnify startup incubator that houses anywhere between 25 to 30 deep tech startups at any given time. And what I love about this program, specifically about Nanovation, is that it's the nexus of all of it. It's taking everything we do as an institute, which is about research, about transdisciplinary collaboration, about technology translation from just a research idea into a real product. And it brings that opportunity to all of you, to all of our student participants in this program, to all of our middle and high school teams, which is such an incredible, incredible opportunity for all of you. And it really hits at our goal as an institute, right? Which is to leverage the investment that we get to translate discoveries into commercial enterprise, and at the end of the day, to educate the next generation of scientists and engineers, which is all of you. So thank you all for being a part of this competition. I will say, before we get into all of this other detail, that I hope it is clear to everyone, and I say this every year, and I mean it every year, that every team who is presenting today, you guys are winners. The amount that you've learned, the amount of experience that you've gotten, the way that you came into this competition with your nascent ideas to where you're going to be presenting today as full pitches, it's such an incredible achievement that you all have made. So win, lose, or draw, you guys should all be extremely proud of everything that you've done. And I'll also say that we have had teams in previous years that didn't even become finalist teams that took their experience from Nanovation and went on to do more competitions, to do more research ideas. So it does not really, at the end of the day, matter what the journey ends with today in terms of maybe where you place in this competition. You have achieved so much, and you can take that achievement and really, really run with it. So again, win, lose, or draw, everyone here today is so excellent, and we're so proud of all of you. That being said, we do have this as a competition. So we do have prizes for our first, second, third place teams. And every team that submits today, again, is going to be getting a finalist certificate. And I'm going to take a quick moment to also highlight the person that is enabling all of these wonderful prizes for our wonderful teams, which is Denise Avchen. And I'm going to have her talk later, but just a quick acknowledgement now first. So today, you guys will be all evaluated by a wonderful panel of judges, all with very different but very interconnected backgrounds and experiences to really evaluate your ideas from a holistic perspective. I'm going to have each of them give themselves a quick introduction, and I just put it in alphabetical order. So I'm going to pass the mic over, and we'll start with Denise Avchen.
Hi, everybody. So that was a great lead-in that Rita gave you, because it says what we all think. Don't be afraid. I mean, it's a competition, but it's really about getting to know everyone you're with, getting to know your own strengths, being able to take information and project it back out, and don't be afraid of any of us. I mean, don't be intimidated. This is a step towards owning your space, owning your intelligence, owning your ability to communicate in intimidating situations, and it never ends. I'm sure even Professor Kaner gets intimidated sometimes. Maybe not, but but have fun with it. Please speak up, because I don't know about everybody else. I'm kind of deaf, but I want to hear you. And have a good time today and make friends. Thanks. Who's next?
So welcome, I'm Professor Rick Kaner. I have an appointment in both chemistry and biochemistry and materials science and engineering. I've started 5 companies myself. I've had success, I've had failures. You won't succeed until you actually fail. So I'm glad you're all here, and I wish you all good luck, but nobody actually fails. You learn something, and in fact, probably the things that I've learned the most is from my companies that didn't quite make it. And it wasn't because the idea wasn't good. It was because we didn't have the right team, we didn't get money at the right time, and so there's a lot that goes into it, and hopefully you'll all take away some good things from this.
Hi everyone, I'm Alex Cow. I'm here as the business judge. And among our panel of judges, I might be the least experienced, and so I'll try to be a little nicer. And so because of that, I have my own perspective, and so I want to look at all these companies and see to what degree you guys might be investable from my own perspective. Now, obviously, this isn't, actual startup I'd be fielding. And so, the parameters will be a little different. And because of that, I'm excited to see all of your presentations. Have fun, guys.
Hi, how you doing? See, I should have asked that. I'm Sonia Luna. I'm the executive director of CNSI, so you might think, what does that mean? Well, I like to describe it as managing all of the non-science stuff in service to the science. So all of the personnel, the budget. Rita and I work closely together on the education program. We have a startup company incubator. There's a building team that keeps all the operations running. So I just want to sum up. First of all, this is my favorite day of the year. It is my favorite day of the year. I love this day. And many of the things that my colleagues on the judging panel have conveyed are so true. Don't be nervous. It's best to take this as a learning experience and have fun. And there are so many stories about people who have passed through this room who went on to get PhDs in science because they participated in something like this early in their lives. And maybe they didn't even win, but they learned something about themselves and about what it takes to be successful. I also want to say that I love this event because it puts people together in teams. And I don't care about AI. You are still going to have to collaborate, work with people, think with your brain, and develop new concepts and ideas to make the world better in the future. So have fun.
All right, so for those of you that are watching on our live stream, welcome. Thank you for tuning in. I'm pausing on this schedule event screen just briefly so that you may see if you're tuning in. Hopefully you tune in for the whole time, but if you're tuning in for a specific team, this is the order that we're going to go in. And with that being said, I think we're going to go right into it with our first team to go up. So our first team today is Airborne. So Airborne, come on up. So as you guys are coming up, just so you know, Dr. Shailene Tanimoto today has very generously volunteered to be our timekeeper. So you will see the time on her screen.
Good morning from TeamAirborne.co from Los Osos High School. My name is Bettina Lee, and I am joined today by my teammates Gabby, James, Nathan, and Faustin. Now, I'm sure you might be wondering why these high schoolers are completely incapable of spelling, but that is most definitely not how you spell purifier. Actually, that is how we are intending on spelling it, because purifier is a play on both purify and fire, because the problem that we are trying to address with our purifier respirator is meant to address wildfire carcinogens. Now, we all love SoCal for its beauty. Disneyland, Malibu beaches, in and out, am I right? But the reality behind that beauty is that SoCal is actually the most wildfire-prone region in all of America. Actually, Purifier itself is inspired by the infamous Palisades wildfire that devastated our SoCal community last year. What many people don't realize is that wildfire smoke contains carcinogens known as volatile organic compounds, or VOCs, which leads to lung cancer, the deadliest cancer.
Some of the most concerning VOCs found in wildfire smoke include formaldehyde, benzene, and acrolein. The molecular models being passed around depict the different chemical properties and structures of the VOCs, and these compounds are especially dangerous because traditional respirators are optimized to capture particulate matter, while VOC molecules are often smaller than 1 nanometer. Our primary target users are firefighters, especially during overhaul phases after active flames are controlled and their SCBA respirators are often removed. However, the SCBA is extremely heavy and restricts their mobility. They also face up to 14% higher lung cancer mortality risk compared to the general population.
Beyond firefighters, this also creates a large underserved market involving wildfire response agencies, outdoor labor industries, and emergency preparedness programs. As the issue of climate change continues increasingly, wildfire intensity explodes. This thus promotes the demand for portable VOC protections. When we compared current alternatives, we found that most products only address one part of the problem. N95 masks primarily target particles. SCBAs are expensive and extremely bulky. And activated charcoal systems eventually saturate without degrading VOCs.
The respiratory protection industry already exceeds $5 billion globally and is projected to continue growing rapidly over the next several years. However, there is currently no lightweight, scalable, reusable respirator specifically designed to target wildfire VOCs. This industry gap became the foundation for Purifier.
Here you can see our respirator design, and Gabby, or James, is passing out our 3D printed model of it. So we incorporated dual intake filters, a sealed silicone fit, and a chemochromic indicator that visually responds to VOC exposure, providing real-time feedback for users. And continuing on, our filtration system uses multiple layers working together sequentially. The pre-filter captures larger particles, the HEPA filter targets fine particulate matter, activated carbon absorbs VOCs, and the titanium dioxide zeolite layer supports photocatalytic degradation. And shown here are the materials that work together to achieve approximately 8 to 12 hours of active VOC protection per charge cycle.
Now, in order for Purifier to be actually regenerative, we rely on a process known as photocatalysis. Zeolite acts as a nanoporous scaffold that absorbs VOC molecules, while nitrogen-doped titanium dioxide generates reactive oxygen species under LED light to actively degrade VOCs.
Our chemochromic indicator layer provides an additional safety feature. As VOC exposure increases, the indicator ring undergoes a visible color shift that gives users an immediate warning without external sensors.
From a business perspective, Purifier offers 3 major advantages: affordability, scalability, and recurring revenue through replacement cartridges. Compared to conventional SCBAs that can cost thousands of dollars, our system is priced to remain far more financially accessible.
Shown here is our 4-year plan. And our funding supports R&D, pilot manufacturing, and expansion. Year 1 funds prototype tools and testing, while Year 2 focuses on NIOSH, pre-assessment, and small batch production. Year 3 targets a 5,000 unit launch, and Year 4 hopes to expand nationally.
Our target retail price is approximately $129 per unit. which positions Purifier significantly below the cost of traditional respiratory systems, while still maintaining a projected 65% gross margin. We estimate operational break-even within approximately 3 to 4 years, with an initial launch of around 5,000 units.
To close it off, although Team Airborne.co may still be incapable of spelling the word purifier, we hope Purifier has shown how nanotechnology can move beyond the laboratory and become a scalable solution for one of California's fastest growing public health crises. Thank you, and now we are open to questions.
Excellent presentation. You talked about using catalytic degradation of the volatile organic compounds, and you said you're going to create reactive oxygen species. Should we be worried about breathing those reactive oxygen species?
That's a great question. So within our product of Purifier, we do recognize that reactive oxygen species could potentially be harmful to users. However, we utilize a binding agent made from non-colloidal silica that mitigates that risk and traps the nanoparticles within the filter mesh.
Great, thank you.
Great presentation. Were you inspired for this topic from the fires? Did anyone lose a house or have personal experience dealing with the fires, or firefighters?
Yeah, that's a great question, Judge. Thank you so much. Actually, last year during the Palisades wildfire, because we all lived in the area where the Palisades wildfire was happening, like the sky had turned orange, the air smelled like smoke, and school for us was actually canceled. Now, while we went home and we took naps and we enjoyed our day off from school, the firefighters were out here actually battling the wildfires. That was the reason why we were able not to go to school. So that was the reason why we're so passionate about this, because we've lived through the experience. We've seen what happens when wildfires take over a community. We've seen what happens when the air is silently killing the people around us. So that is why we are so passionate about giving back to those who protect us at the very front lines.
Hi guys, love the enthusiasm. Great presentation. Yeah, I want to dig deeper on your TAM analysis and your market analysis. So is that, I believe it was a $5 billion market growing, 7% compounding annually to, 8 billion by 2030, something like that? What exactly, yeah, this is the slide, right? Is this market, is this specifically catered towards firefighters, frontline workers? Who exactly is this product initially going towards?
That's a great question. So while Purifier is designed for firefighters, the use could extend to people in wildfire-prone regions, such as Southern California. Purifier is not designed to be a replacement for the SCBA, but instead a commodity. What that means is during the overhaul phase, firefighters often prematurely take off their SCBA when they are done firefighting. However, there are still lots of volatile organic compounds in the air. That is where Purifier is meant to come. For a post-cleanup type of thing. Also, because it is so lightweight, because it is relatively affordable, we could extend it out to the general public to be able to use in the future.
And as a company, we're always looking to expand our market and our audiences and our population. So we plan to use the current mechanism that we used in this portable air filtration system for firefighters, for the general public, like Faustin mentioned. We plan to do this through panels, so kind of similar to like the current air purifier in homes, but instead of using like the current filtration system that they have we want to kind of mimic the same mechanism that we have right now for firefighters and use it for people and their own households. So when fires like the current Sandy fire that's happening, we've all seen that happening, when that enters into these communities, we're now able to use the same mechanism to be able to protect people from VOC inhalation.
And as Faustin said previously, our design of Purifier is a commodity. This is not a replacement for the N95 mask or the SCBA system. This is just an addition that we aim to fill the market gap of what is not available. As Purifier, we aim to fulfill that gap, not replace it.
Anyone else have a question? I just want to. Okay, so you made the statement. First of all, this is a highly polished presentation. It reflects a lot of effort, and
Thank
you
you.
are one of the most polished groups that I've seen. So
Thank you so much.
great
really
job,
appreciate
really
it.
great job. So you mentioned that lung cancer is the worst cancer. You may want to think your approach on that. I would suggest that the worst cancer is the one your family member has. So there are other pretty bad cancers like glioblastoma, that's a really bad one. Pancreatic cancer, that's a really, really bad one too. So you might want to think about changing that wording to one of the most challenging cancers that we have to tackle. So, okay, I heard the gong.
Are we
Thank
able
you
to-
very much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. So our next team up is A2CT. So come on up, A2CT. Yes. Judges are good? You ready? Okay, so then whenever you guys are ready, you can go ahead and start.
Okay. Hello, esteemed panel, guests, and talented Nanovation teams. We are ACT, and today we are introducing our nanotech product, the Pipe Protector. The members of our team are Ariella, Adeline, Camille, and Talia.
The Metropolitan Water District that supplies everyone in Southern California's water must shut down every year to deal with one problem, quagga mussels. Not only does it cost them loads of time and money, the solutions don't last very long, and so they have to continually shut down every year and spend these large amounts of money over mechanical scraping, drying out the water, and manual labor. For reference, it costs about $7 to $10 million to fix annually. And next thing, please. Next slide. Additionally, they spread very rapidly, so they have to shut down every year to prevent clogging.
Our solution to deal with this problem is the Pipe Protector, a multi-layered anti-fouling coating that stops mussels from attaching to pipes. It prevents up to 98% of mussel attachment, which will greatly improve the health and safety of LA residents. It is a thin, multi-layered nano coating that repels quagga mussels using hydrophilic technology. It consists of 3 specialized layers. The top layer is a PSBMA zwitterionic hydrophilic coating that attracts water and forms a tight barrier. The mussels cannot have direct contact with the pipe, and they can't displace the water to form the footprint. The middle layer is potassium chloride, a mild mollicide encapsulated in LGA nanoparticles, and if any mussels get past the first layer, the middle section releases potassium chloride, KCI, a mild mollicide, and kills the mussel before it reaches the pipe. The bottom layer is a selenium primer that bonds these top 2 layers to the metal pipeline using APTES and GPTMS, cured at 80 to 100 degrees Celsius. This ensures durability and strength even in high flow water.
Okay, so with our solution, they do not have to shut down annually. Our solution is meant to be a long-lasting nano coating that will only need to be maintained with cleanings every 3 to 4 years. Additionally, what they use are flat blades, which aren't very effective. So with ours, it actually is effective. They save a lot of time and, of course, money. And having to shut down every year can affect drinking water availability, industrial water supplies, and irrigation deliveries. With our solution, that won't be a problem. Additionally, our solution is eco-friendly, so you won't have to worry about having any poisonous chemicals in your water supply. It's also easy to apply.
so our manufacturing application process first consists of our Silane primer containing APTES and GPTMS is dissolved in ethanol and water. A cross-linkable acrylic resin is added to provide structural durability and water resistance. PLG nanoparticles loaded with KCI are dispersed into the coating to create a controlled mollicide release. PSBMA is added as a hydrophilic zwitterionic anti-fouling component on the top. And AIBN is introduced as the heat-activated curing initiator. The coating is applied inside industrial pipelines. During drying and curing, the coating self-stratifies and the silanes migrate toward the pipe wall. The PLGA nanoparticles remain embedded in the middle, and PSBMA migrates toward the water-facing surface. The heat-curing IBN accelerates silane cross-linking, and the final coating contains all of the layers, as mentioned earlier.
This is our 5-year plan. At the first year, we will be doing lab research and feasibility studies. And then when we move into our second year, we will have our first client, the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, and we will begin application. In the beginning of the third year, we will finish application, and we will not have to replace this for many years. And then the compound will hold till we need to replace it, and then additional research after it is out in the field will conduct to troubleshoot and fix any problems that may occur.
Quagga mussels are wreaking havoc on water infrastructure, costing millions every year. Current solutions like scraping and using heavy chemicals, having filtration systems that allow smaller organisms to pass through, and having multiple shutdowns don't work and only add to the problem. The pipe protector changes the game. It's highly effective, cost efficient, and sustainable, making it the ideal solution for water utilities, government agencies, and industries alike. To bring the pipe protector to life, we've mapped out our approach in 4 key steps. We start by confirming the silane primer bonds securely to existing pipeline coatings. Then we apply the hydrophilic top coat to create a water barrier that prevents mussels from attaching. Next, we will refine the application and curing process for consistency. Finally, we will test the full system in small-scale trials to ensure it performs under real-world conditions with limited biofilm cleaning every few years.
In year 1, we are asking for a total of $2,842,000 for making the chemical compound testing and all worker pay. Usually, as stated before, they already pay $7 to $10 million annually to remove all the quagga mussels, but this does not work, removing all of them. And so we ask for $15 million to pay it, and then that will result in a $12 million profit per client. Thank you for listening to our proposal.
So, thank you for that excellent presentation. I actually have a company that coats medical devices using similar technology that prevents infections.
Amazing.
So I like this idea, but the hardest part is getting this coating to stick to the pipes. So tell us what the pipes are made of, and just go through a little bit of how you're going to get it to stick to the pipes.
Okay, so what we use to stick to the pipes is our side. Yes. Just hold it up. Okay, sorry. Okay. Okay. Our nano coating uses a silane primer to hold the KCI onto the metal pipeline wall, and from our studies, we found that most of the metal pipelines are made of steel or other kinds of heavy-duty industrial pipe materials. Yeah, metals, and yeah.
Will you need to roughen the surface before you apply the primers?
We would have to just clean off biofilm from pre-existing mussels. After that, it should be clean enough for us to apply our coating.
And what, are some of the pipes plastic that are used today?
No,
No,
they're all metal.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm always interested in what draws young people to any topic. So how did you decide to embrace this issue?
So one of our science teachers actually went on a tour at the district and was introduced to this issue, and she talked about it to us, and we thought it was so fascinating and also such a full issue that really needed to be addressed. So we just suddenly felt like a connection. We were just like, I don't know, like, yeah.
That's very enthusiastic. I had one point, though, for future when you do things like this. Your business plan doesn't have your team name, and you're so fabulous that I want to be able to find you in the future, and I can't, and because it's not there. So it's just a sort of a housekeeping note for you guys. Always have your name, your team, and how we get to you, your future employers.
Thank you so much.
Hi guys, thank you for the excellent presentation. One thing I would like to push back gently on is I noticed in your business plan you guys have a planned hiring sequence, right? Like, I think I saw you guys intend to hire, 10, 12, 14, hires initially, and I just want to gently push back on that, where when you're starting off on a very early stage company, you really want to keep these teams very, very lean. And realistically, hiring that many people is unsustainable unless you get immense levels of funding.
I don't know what we're going to do if the groups continue to look so professional and polished. And I mean, really, good job. I need to be educated a little bit because I just do spreadsheets. That's what I'm good at. When you apply this, the pipes are already in service, correct?
So actually they're shut down for a duration of about 2 to 3 weeks every year, and that's when we plan on going in, as we won't be disturbing any workflow.
Well, there you go. Thank you.
You answered my question.
Oh, amazing.
For the sake of time, we're going to continue to the next presentation. So good job. Thank you. All right. So then our next team up is Toros Neuro team. Come on up.
Can I do a check run?
Oh yeah, reminder for everyone.
Check.
Presenters and judges to pop star the microphone. Judges, are we good? We ready? Great. Ready? Okay, then whenever you guys are ready, go ahead.
Welcome everyone. Today we are excited to present our cutting-edge innovation that gives a glimpse to a future treatment of Huntington's disease. We are Tetra with our product, New Tetra. I'm Naomi Ordóñez.
I'm Lizette Carrasco.
I'm Melissa Mershane.
And I'm Brian Serrano.
So the problem we are tackling is Huntington's disease. And what is Huntington's disease? It is a genetic neurological disease where neurons in the brain break down over time. And in this image, you can see the mutated HTT gene that then leads to the CAG repeats. This disease causes a combination of severe physical, cognitive, and psychiatric issues. There's currently no cure for Huntington's disease, and it affects 1 in every 10,000 people in the US and is increasing 15 to 20% per decade. It typically occurs in people's ages 30 to 50, but becomes progressively fatal over 10 to 25 years.
Current treatments for Huntington's disease treat specific symptoms such as chorea, depression, psychosis, and mood agitation. Although this is the standard of care today, it is ultimately not a cure. As the disease progresses to later stages, the cost of medication becomes more expensive. Current clinical trials are AMT-130, which uses an adeno-associated virus vector to deliver microRNA into the striatum. ASO-tominersen is an RNA-targeted therapy distributed throughout the central nervous system. HNSC-01 is a stem cell therapy to protect existing neurons. However, these procedures are highly invasive, requiring surgery or lumbar puncture, leading to risk to patients, in addition to the neuroimaging and post-operative care, which lead to high medical costs.
Our product is a DNA tetrahedral nanostructure that delivers microRNA to neurons in the brain. But why a DNA tetrahedral nanostructure? It's similar to DNA origami, and it has a 3D rigid structure that allows for stability and protects our microRNA from degradation. It also improves cellular uptake and has natural properties that allow it to enter the brain, such as its biocompatibility, its small size, and its programmable structure. But how do the microRNAs attach? So, the microRNA and DNA strands are complementary to each other, which allow them to directly attach to each other. And it also has, sorry, I don't know what happened there. It also has regions that allow the microRNA to be cleaved off and delivered. And we plan to deliver it through the nose-to-brain pathway, which allows us to directly avoid the blood-brain barrier. Next slide. We plan to use the RVG peptide, which is rabies-derived, and it allows for brain delivery to be improved along with neuronal uptake, also increasing targeting efficiency to the striatum, specifically to medium spiny neurons, which are among the most effective neurons in Huntington's disease. Our approach is better because the nose-to-brain pathway allows for our approach to be non-invasive in comparison to the other approaches that were mentioned in the past, like AMT 130. And our DNA tetrahedral nanostructure is stable and efficient for microRNA delivery. We aim for early-stage patient outcare, ultimately providing individuals with affordable care.
Yeah, developmental process and milestones is focused on 3 critical stages. In stage 1, our ultimate goal is to see if our product is safe and effective, which is why we're asking for $6 million in seed funding to provide proof of our concept, making sure it is targeting where it is supposed to. This will then lead us to begin hands-on experiments on mouse studies to continue testing the effectiveness of our product. Then in stage 2, we seek $10 million in Series A funding that will help us begin preclinical research, specifically on different animal models. Establishing our ultimate goal being to establish the overall safety, tolerability, dosage, and efficiency of our product. Now in stage 3, we seek $40 million in Series B funding to begin phase 1 of our clinical trials. All 3 stages coming together to sell our platform to a larger pharmaceutical biotech company. So now, where does our profit come in? We would be acquiring profit from 3 different sources. One, from selling our platform for $200 million. Another, salary if we continue with the pharmaceutical company. And lastly, profit from our 4% royalty rate.
Overall, we are building a programmable brain delivery platform for neurological disorders other than Huntington's. We want to be able to deliver treatments safely and effectively to the brain with our RNA therapeutics, non-invasive intranasal delivery, and targeted nanocarriers. Our vision is to create a scalable technology that could transform the future of precision medicine for neurological diseases. Thank you.
Excellent presentation, really nice props. So tell us about how clinical trials work. How long does it take? How much does it cost?
So for the clinical trials, we'd be hoping it'd be like around $200 million. Yeah, so it'd be around two. So the clinical trials would usually take around
So those are some estimates for the funding with clinical trials, but requiring the time, we are estimating 7 years, but it would depend, first of all, on the first clinical trial, such as, you know, if there is any difficulties or something, then that could increase the time. But if it is all going how planned, it should take up to 7 years to reach our ultimate goal of selling to a pharmaceutical biotech company.
In your animal models, which animals do you envision testing this on that would mimic humans?
It would start with mouse studies, as it says in stage 1. I think that is just our ultimate goal, to see how it goes in mice studies, most likely.
And let's say it was successful in mice, then what do you do next?
It would go to, so once we verify the safety of the tolerability, dosage, and efficiency with the mouse studies, that's when we move to being able to just sell it to a larger pharmaceutical biotech company so they could continue building the clinical trials.
Very good, thank you.
So, in addition, just like as we see right here, there has been other animal models such as sheep studies that have been using bioavailable components as well. So we would probably be using sheep as well, in addition to my studies.
This is a very interesting topic, and it's I'm very impressed that you would tackle it. So how did you get drawn to this? Does somebody have Huntington's or Alzheimer's or neurological disease in a family member? Or?
So in my family, my mother actually passed away from Huntington's disease, which especially motivates, thank you, especially motivates my interest in neuroscience and medicine. And we all are also neuroscience interested. So that's what especially motivated this topic.
Thank you. One more question. Did you guys 3D print your prop? Who did that?
Yes, it was done at our school. We're from a STEAM academy, so we have a 3D printer with our engineering teacher, so he was able to help us create that.
Very cool. Thank you.
Hi guys, awesome presentation. Yeah, I have another question on this, milestone slide. I guess, I really like, number one, I want to establish that I really like that you guys established, different funding, goals at different actual clear milestones and why. But I mean, as is the case with a lot of these companies where, you have these established milestones, inevitably some things overrun, right? And milestones, they almost never actually get hit on time. And so, I mean, and that's an understatement, honestly. And I guess what would be the theoretical big tangible proof of concept, I suppose, between theoretical stage 1 and stage 2 funding, right? Like, what is the most important thing for you guys to establish to actually get that second round?
I think what's most important is obviously to make sure that we're able to carry this safely with the dosage and everything that we're putting together. We want to make sure it is safe, which is why we're starting with the mouse studies. So I think that's the most important part, is just ensuring its safety and everything so that we could overall be able to ultimately sell it. So safety is our number one priority, because we don't want it to be like other treatments that are currently available that can be invasive and just not overall the best safety.
On your first slide, you don't need to go back to it. You mentioned 3 different kind of branding things. You mentioned, sorry, could you hold this a second? I need an octopus here. You mentioned, yeah. So you mentioned on the first slide, and I apologize if I mangle the words, tetra microRNA, Nutera, and then Toros Neuro. Pick one. Pick one. Yeah, pick it. And there's just something I need to say. What is your name, Brown?
Alyssa.
Alyssa. I lost my mother to breast cancer when I was 16. And I thought about going into science because I thought I could help cure breast cancer. I want to tell you, don't stop. You may find another path. I found the other path, to work in a place like this that works on cancer therapeutics, vaccines, that sort of thing. So don't stop. Go where your heart leads you, okay?
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so our next team, Ocean Sorbent Technologies, come on up. Okay. Oh, but this one is the one that's a PDF, so I'm going to go to the actual downloaded file for this one. Yeah. Here we go. Scroll, scroll, scroll. And then it's this one. Yeah. Okay.
This is slide.
Judges, ready? Yep. Yes? Okay, then whenever you're ready.
Hello, hello. Okay. Hello, everybody. We are Ocean Sorbent Technologies. I'm Aiden. This is also Aiden. This is Ryan, Feifei, and Shaylee. Next slide. Okay, so does anyone recognize these brands on screen? If you ever bought from them, which you probably have, you've probably come in contact with some form of PFAS, which are pre- or polyfluoroalkyl substances, also known as forever chemicals. And according to environmental scientists, over 25 million Californians are drinking PFAS-contaminated water, which is more than half the population. Next slide. So seeing this concern for clean water, the market for treatment will only get larger. And the compound average growth rate is put at 7.2% with a 3.9 billion market size projected in 2033. So other companies are using granular activated carbon and reverse osmosis and other standard ion exchange resins for PFAS removal. And the granular carbon and standard ion exchange resins, they just aren't selective enough, and reverse osmosis is simply just too expensive. So our solution is a modular, integratable PFAS removal cartridge containing a, namely, nano-innovatively structured resin that targets PFAS. And we have an optional pre-screen layer, a flow baffle chamber, and finally, our nano-ion exchange resin. And none of this would need any type of infrastructure overhaul and is able to be directly dropped into the water treatment system.
So the science behind our product relies on a nanostructured surface, maximizing surface area to volume ratio through precision ball milling. Bonding sites utilize selective surface chemistry to minimize sulfate and nitrate interference. Active TBA functional groups target and capture PFAS, while short diffusion distances allow for rapid absorption kinetics at high flow rates, overcoming traditional resin limitations. So to create our product, first we mix base materials into nanoscale matrix. Then we add bonding sites using tributylamine, characterize the resin, and finally pack it into the cartridges. And these are the materials and costs for bulk prices.
Yeah, so this is our business model. So we are primarily doing kind of a regenerative contract model where we sell 4 to 8 cartridge arrays to each facility at around $3,500 to $6,000 per cartridge. That wide range is kind of because this is a novel nano-enhanced ion exchange resin, meaning we do require some more testing in order to develop a full concrete idea of what the price range should be. However, these ion exchange resins do reach saturation at a certain level. Again, this requires testing, but we estimate it to be around every 6 to 12 months. So upon saturation, which is when there is so much PFAS that the resins cannot properly handle more, the cartridges are going to be sent back to us under, again, a service contract. And these cartridges are regenerated via an NaCl brine bath. And then we are able to dispose of this PFAS-contaminated brine bath ourselves, meaning the consumers do not ever have to come into direct contact with this PFAS. And this regeneration process can only be done to around 3 to 5 times. So again, around 3 to 5 years-ish. Each time they do need to purchase a new cartridge array as well. So our market strategy, we are primarily focusing on homeowners in PFAS contaminated areas, and additionally small municipalities with less than 50,000 people in their population that lack the ability to properly handle PFAS. We also want to reach out to environmental NGOs and community water advocates. In order to reach all of these target audiences, we want to partner with the EWG's contamination map for possible inbound leads, and we want to have direct sales to municipal water districts. For marketing, we want to reach out to water treatment conferences and also sell PFAS testing kits and also test strips as kind of an acquisition funnel for these facilities. So these are what our financials look like for our first 3 years. We are in total asking for around $1.9 to $2 million in funding for our first 3 years, with a lot of it going primarily towards raw materials and equipment as well. You can also see a lot of marketing for these conferences and also kind of social media campaigns, and additionally contingency just in case something we aren't very prepared for occurs. So for our roadmap, we do want to focus on our first 2 years kind of being R&D. We want to file provisional patents, benchmark versus our competitors such as Purelight and DuPont, and we also want to partner with universities for research in the Southern California region. We also want to present at conferences such as WEFTEC and also AWWA. For the next year, for years 2 to 3, we want to have some pilots for initial wastewater treatment plants, again in the California coastal region. We want to generate some curves for the EBCT and breakthrough data, and also start to apply for grants such as those provided by the NSF and the Department of Defense. From then on, we want to scale by adding more municipal contracts and expand worldwide, such as to the EU market, which is primarily focusing on increasingly heavy PFAS regulation. Thank you.
So in your second to last slide, you showed us that there are 2 competing things from major companies. So just tell us how yours differs from Purelight and the DuPont materials.
Well, our main differentiation is our EBCT time, so that's the empty bed contact time. Other companies have this time at 10 to 20 minutes, but our time is from 5 to 7 minutes, which means it'll filter a lot more water than other companies. And overall, our model is it's better than other companies due to its nano scale, and it efficiently filters more types of PFAS, which is more necessary due to the EU regulations and the USA upcoming EPA regulations.
Thanks. Can you also, you talk about ball milling to get small size. Can you talk about that and how that's going to work?
Yeah. So if we go back to our science slide here. So for step number 2 there, we can see that we use the ball milling in order to, again, get that kind of breakdown and reach more surface. Yeah, the first and the second, to reach more surface area. So for our functionalization of our resin, we want to target tributalamine at the most areas we can. So in the second model there, you can see that our resin gets functionalized at kind of a more surface level depth than our competitors, and that allows for more PFAS and also faster absorption rates.
And how small are these particles that you're going to get to?
So that depends on the type of PFAS we're capturing, but the primary ones that we can grab or absorb compared to our competitors are around like 6 to 12 carbon atom chains.
Great, thank you.
This is an important issue, and it's interesting that you're tackling it. Once again, as I'm always interested in motivation, how did you come up with this?
Well, I mean, we've all seen microplastics and news all over the place telling you how many microplastics are in your body, and that almost every person has, microplastics in their body. But it's incredibly difficult to target every single microplastic, and so we've decided to target the ones that you can contact through food. So in the beginning, the brand slide, there was like McDonald's, Starbucks, everything like that. Everyone has probably bought from them and eaten from them, which means that they are in your body, and that is not safe. We have a slide at the very end about the health effects of PFAS. It's all about increased cancer rate, affecting pregnant women, everything bad. And we're just hoping to get rid of that for, the future population and even us.
Well done.
Also, the World Health Organization has stated that there is no safe level of PFAS contamination. So.
Hi guys, thanks for the presentation. It was great. I have a question regarding the, I guess, incumbents in the market and what their price points kind of look like. I noticed you guys, your revenue model is based on a recurring system, right? Where there are, what was it, every X amount of months for 3,500 to 6,000 per cartridge or something like that, right? What is the, among the competitors already in the market, right? I mean, your use case is that they're ineffective, right? But what are they charging, and how can a consumer, I guess, rationalize that cost?
Well, for our competitors, our main competitor right now is DuPont, and they're definitely charging the higher end. So they're charging around $7,000, which is which is higher than our 3,500 to 6,000 range. But initially, we'll probably start by charging around $4,000, which is a really good price point for these companies because our production is way cheaper than what other companies are making. And also, this makes our margins a lot higher, and it provides I guess more room to improvise for us, and we can also charge more later down the line as we release more innovative resins.
Additionally, the competitors are kind of starting to fall behind on their PFAS absorption because with the EPA and EU and also other governmental bodies increasing their regulations on PFAS contamination and absorption, we are kind of in that range where none of the other competitors are able to kind of keep up with our absorption.
You're going to hire no people in year one?
No, we just won't take salaries.
How are you going to eat?
Yeah, that's definitely something to reconsider probably.
It's a delicate balance between hiring too many people and not enough, and zero is probably not enough.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
So our last team before the break, Team Zero Decay.
Good morning, everyone. We are team. Sorry, I totally forgot.
Well, we all can hear you. The YouTube live stream can't, so.
Right, that's all.
Yep.
Good morning, everyone. We are Team Zero Decay. My name is Aditi. This is Leah, Ian, Apu, and Christine. Our product is EpiShield. EpiShield is an epinephrine autoinjector, which is a life-saving drug device used to treat severe allergic reactions, which affects over 33 million people, only in America. Current injectors disappoint the public.
You might want to click back into the presentation because I think when we get close, that other thing. Oh, is that my bad? Sorry. It should work now.
short shelf life of 12 months forces households to replace these expensive devices frequently. Consumers can pay hundreds of dollars for replacements, limiting their ability to renew these prescriptions. The short shelf life and high cost make these injectors highly unaffordable in the long term. The American College of Asthma, Allergy, and Immunology says that these factors result in 15 million adults with life-threatening allergies not owning an injector, risking their lives every day. Lastly, the short duration causes most injectors to expire before use, creating over $1 billion worth of waste. This is where EpiShield changes the market. For customers, our product is more affordable, with prices similar to existing brands, but with a shelf life almost quadrupled. Our product is also easier to access and resistant to seasonal spikes because of the longer shelf life. For manufacturers, not only are we reducing the amount of waste they produce, but because of the higher accessibility, we can reach into a large population of the 15 million people who are prescribed injectors but don't own one. I'll hand it over to Leah now.
EpiShield is a market-changing innovation that combines a nanomembrane, stabilized epinephrine solution, and a dual-chamber mechanism to dramatically improve epinephrine storage. The inner core contains epinephrine and HPMCE5, which helps prevent crystallization. Surrounding this core is a nanomembrane made of povidone and cyclodextrin, created through coaxial electrospinning. This resulting porous fiber structure protects against oxidation, light exposure, and moisture, roughly quadrupling shelf life compared to current epinephrine autoinjectors. To enable rapid emergency deployment, our platform integrates a dual-chamber push-to-mix mechanism. One chamber stores saline water, while the second contains the epinephrine solution, along with our povidone nanomembrane and epinephrine fibers. When activated, the saline water dissolves the membrane before injection in under 10 seconds. All components are FDA approved and safe for injection.
Our product competes against both name brand manufacturers such as EpiPen and authorized generic epinephrine autoinjectors. EpiPen currently sells in 2-packs for an upward cost of $815. Their market relies on a shorter replacement cycle in order to sustain revenue. However, their business model collapses under sudden spikes or shifts in demand, leading to over or underproduction that can increase inventory costs by up to 25% and amplify demand variability up to 40%. Authorized generics, though cheaper than name brands, still run into these same issues as they are often manufactured in the same factory. In contrast, by utilizing EpiShield's 4-year shelf life, both manufacturers and customers can establish deeper reserves, mitigate manufacturing shortages, and minimize storage and manufacturing losses.
Our 10-year roadmap follows rapid market expansion. We begin by prototyping and patenting our nanomembrane and dual-chamber mechanism, and we transition into the FDA and clinical trials. Since we're using pre-approved materials, we will utilize a 505(b)(2) pathway that shrinks the long 10 to year 15 clinical trial cycle into only 3 to 5 years. This allows us to efficiently get through testing and then pitch our startup to large manufacturers like Pfizer. Now, in order to reach our milestones, we ask for a total investment of $20 million, starting with a seed investment of $3 million for prototyping, another $3 million for legal fees, and $6 million to cover the 3 to 5 years of clinical trials. This investment will allow us to scale our manufacturing exponentially, allowing us to manufacture in the order of millions, and also helps us capture around $140 million in net profit by year 10. Our net profit will keep increasing as our manufacturing scales.
So, why should manufacturers and consumers prefer us? The answer is actually quite simple. We lower the total cost of ownership for customers like institutions because they pay the same standard price for each EpiPen, but only once in every 4 years. We also improve the efficiency of manufacturers producing EpiPens, which means that we lower the loss caused by epinephrine autoinjector excess waste. Thus, we profit more because we're expanding the market by millions of customers and also preventing losses from waste.
And the last note we would like to leave you all off with today is please protect your life and keep epinephrine safe with EpiShield. Thank you so much for listening, and we would love to open the floor to any questions you may have.
Thank you.
So this looks like a nice product, and the key is your 4-year shelf life. So please explain how you're able to get this shelf life and the current products don't have this.
Yeah, so the reason that EpiPens and other epinephrine autoinjectors expire so quickly is because that they are exposed to environmental factors like oxidation and light and heat exposure, as well as contamination. And oxidation chemically alters the state of the epinephrine, and that is what causes it to be unusable during anaphylaxis. And using our protective barrier made of povidone and cyclodextrins, as well as using HPMCE5 to keep the epinephrine from crystallization, we can prevent oxidation and other environmental factors from affecting the epinephrine for up to 4 years.
So if your shelf life is 4 years, are you going to have to take 4 years to prove to the FDA that your product lasts that long? How will you handle that?
Yeah, so already, sorry, let me just go back to our timeline. We will, actually a great point. We can start our trials in year 1 or 2, and then we can go up to year 3 to 5 and then test if it is still effective at that time.
So have you thought about accelerated aging tests?
Yes. So essentially, we're using kind of like a fast track through bioequivalent studies. A lot of our materials are already FDA approved, so that allows us to, instead of a 10-year, 15-year-long cycle, because we need to go through human testing, toxicology, all of that, we're still going through clinical trials, of course, but it's now 3 to 5 years.
Great, thank you.
Great job. Going towards motivation again, because that's my theme today. I'm just like really into all of you guys. How did you come to this? Does anybody have an EpiPen? And I guess so.
So none of us personally have an allergy, but one of my very, very close family friends recently had an allergic reaction. He didn't know he had an allergy, but he has exercise-induced gluten allergy, and he was hospitalized. And it just came to mind that, oh, now that I actually have a personal connection who requires an epinephrine autoinjector, why don't we make it better and more effective for people to use? So that was kind of our thought process when going into this.
Really great. Who manufactures EpiPen? Was that in one of the slides? Are you competing, or were you going to try and license out to them, or?
Yeah, so
I missed that.
The name brand EpiPen, I think, is manufactured by Mylan, but I can hand it over to Christine.
Right, so right now Mylan is under Pfizer, and a lot of manufacturers are manufacturing EpiPens. Like there's Pfizer, I think Tessa is also manufacturing EpiPens. So what we're doing is we hope to get acquired by Pfizer in the near future, where we could be able to produce with them, and then that will significantly decrease like our manufacturing costs and stuff.
Cool. Thank you, guys. I also want to comment and say I like your cute little Epi Shield cartoon guy.
That's our mascot.
Yeah. Yeah, so I had a question on, I guess, the economics. And, you guys say you want to create a competitor that's, and compete on a price basis primarily, right? So to convince these schools, institutions to use your product versus, the established ones, right? What kind of ROI calculation would you have to show them to prove your product over the others?
So I could answer that really quick. So we would utilize like B2B subscriptions, or also showing our institutions. Institutions have to deal with seasonal spikes. These like back to school season, and also stocking them, it's really hard for them to control their supply. They can't always predict, and there's also special laws and regulations about the EpiPen stocks. So we could help manage that by helping institutions with this longer shelf life, so it's not like panic-driven demand.
Sorry, quickly adding on to that, our model is similar to AEDs, which like the external defibrillators that we see in all of the buildings. So schools and other institutions similar, they have to keep EpiPens or other injectors on hand for emergency purposes. And instead of having to replace them every 1.5 years, which is quite burdensome, they only have to replace them every 4 years with our products.
In your presentation, you mentioned that there's a mixture that happens within the pen, right? And you say it takes about 10 seconds for that to mix. What happens in 10 seconds when the person's having an allergic reaction? Is that delay too long? Could there be some sort of catastrophic result in those 10 seconds?
Yeah, so for current EpiPens, it takes about like 2 to 10 seconds for the actual mixture to go into the body. And for our product, it's sub 10 seconds, so it can take from anywhere between like 2 to 10 seconds as well.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
We will further explore that number during clinical trials as well.
Ooh, good comeback.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to take a 10-minute break. It's 11:27 right now, so we will start again here at 11:37. So if the next team up could be up here and ready at 11:35, that would be great. And that would be Team Nailed It. So Team Nailed It, we'll see you back here 11:35. Everyone else, 11:37.
Oh yes. Oh, we would love to, but because the glue is so bad, it doesn't stick, which is actually very nice. Yes.
I see what you did there.
But yeah, so I think the other side is angry, but we want our customers to look happy. So that's
really?
good.
Does it like flip inside out?
Yes, it does. It's reversible.
That's cool. This is new technology.
Exactly. Plushies. I feel it. Yeah. Oh yeah, go stand over there, guys. I'll stand over there. Okay, let me make sure it rips off easy. Yeah.
And also just like
Yeah, you're good. You channel your inner like Valorant.
oh my god.
Yeah.
The laptop I used to play on unfortunately broke, so not anymore.
Wait, Ashley guessed that. Wait, I was right?
No, but I'm not good. I'm so bad.
You play Valorant. You give Valorant energy.
Oh my gosh, what is that supposed to mean? Yo, that's not a good thing.
No, I'm just kidding. I mean, that's evil. I got to I give Minecraft energy. Or like Minecraft or Roblox. You give Roblox energy. Roblox?
Minecraft is like so calm, and Valorant is just people yelling at each
I know.
other.
There was one time I played this out of curiosity, right? And I joined in as like the sage, but I didn't know what I was supposed to do. I was in a random like lobby, and this like grown man was just yelling at me like, heal me. I don't know how to. I'm sorry.
The first time I played Valorant was with my friends. They made me do Sage, and everyone was just like, go A.
And I'm like, what's that mean?
What's that mean? Go A. Wall. Spike. I'm like, I don't know what it is.
I'm lost. And I didn't know how to get out of the game, so I was stuck in there for like 10 minutes.
No, you can't, because it's...
We died. Obviously.
You can't, because if you start a Valorant, you have to
You
play
can't get
at
out.
least 13 in a row.
Exactly.
I know, it sucks.
So that's why I was like, how do I get out? Like, I don't.
So is that an insult?
No. She's probably better than I am.
No, I am
Much
so
better than I
bad.
am. No, I'm just bad.
Valorant's a hard game. Apex is better.
Oh, if I play Township, maybe. No, Mike. Roblox.
Apex, if you get bad
I think
teammates,
Township is
just
like a
leave
farming
immediately
game.
and you're good.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
No, Apex games can end in like 10 seconds and you just go to the lobby. Valorant, you're stuck there forever.
Oh.
Maybe I'm biased and I just love it.
Yeah. We're dancing up here, guys.
You got this.
Participants, are you ready? Yes. I'll make an announcement to everyone that so thank you all for being back. We're going to continue on with our next team. Team Nailed It.
Current bonding agents are really harmful to users' nail health. So nail glue contains a harmful chemical and it's really difficult to remove and takes a long time for the nail to come off as well. However, the nail market nowadays, they're becoming more focused on like health and wellness, as Europe recently, for example, banned an ingredient in gel polish. So this shows that we need to protect our customers' nails from these harmful chemicals. Sticky tabs are another alternative, and they are healthier, but they pose the risk of breeding bacteria on top of your natural nail plates. With bonding agents being so strong, this also affects the removal process, making it a lot harder as well. So current removal strategies include like tugging off your nail or using harsh chemicals such as acetone. This results in a lot of mechanical stress, including your keratin peeling off and damaging your nail, or your nail becoming brittle and really prone to damage overall as well. So due to this tough application and removal process, it's not suitable for a lot of active lifestyles. So current design flaws are that these products are not designed for short-term wear, and they're really difficult to remove as well, since premature removal is really painful, and this affects our users' ability to pursue their careers and do manual labor. So with the cosmetic market now being more focused on health and well-being, we need a product that is designed for active lifestyles and supports nail health. Therefore, we're introducing Care to Care, a nanoprotective nail primer that goes on top of your nail and is designed for easy removal as well as aiming to replicate your natural nail plate. So our main form of nanotechnology is silk fibro nanoparticles. So the Care to Care can be applied right on top of your nail as a base coat, and it goes on top of your nail and right under the nail glue layer. So after you apply a thin, even coat of our product, you can then attach the nail glue and your press-on nail right on top. The silk fibro nanoparticles will self-assemble itself on top. Easy removal process eliminates the need for harmful chemicals and only requires our users to soak their nails in warm water for approximately 20 minutes in order to detach the hydrogen bonds and take off their nails safely. Our main ingredients include silk fibro nanoparticles and genopin, with the nanoparticles forming a buffer layer on top of your nail and the genopin serving as a partial cross-linking agent. We're also using water as our primary solvent because it's a lot healthier than alcohol-based primers. And in addition, we have some minor ingredients such as propylene glycol, glycerol, and a monophosphate buffer to help with our formula stability overall.
Okay, for our market size, our TAM is the U.S. nail care industry, our SAM is the U.S. press-on nail industry, and our SOM is California youth who uses press-on nails, where just a 1% capture will give us over $100,000 in year one. So to be more specific about our target audience, we're targeting youth ages 16 to 25 and also have the clean girl aesthetic, so think about slick backs, simple nails, and also minimalistic makeup. And to support our users, we will be both a wellness and a highly functional product. And to attract our users, we'll have a milky white and blue color palette and also leverage platforms like TikTok and Instagram. So in general, other products like Olive and June, Static Nail, and Hollow Taco all fall short as nail bed protective buffers. Care to Care, on the other hand, outperforms all three with our high nail bed protection, our strong nanofilm bonding that creates a 7 to 14 day wear, and removal with just warm water. Nail health isn't our afterthought, it's our core identity. Per bottle, it will cost us $9.67 to manufacture, and we'll sell it for $19.99. In year one, we will secure our trademark and a provisional patent, build research partnerships, and also soft launch to gauge our market demand. In year two, we will create contracts with retailers and also launch social media marketing. And in year three, we will expand into B2B and national markets. So to execute our 3-year plan, we are seeking $2.3 million in funding. Ultimately, Nailed It aims to be both a nanotechnology product and also nail care so that we can support our users' nail active lifestyle. Remember, just add water. Nailed it!
So this looks like a great idea. What happens if you take a shower?
Yes, so that was actually a question. That was the first question that we were asked in our original when we pitched this originally. So yes, soaking it in water is basically going to keep or basically remove the product, but short exposures will not remove the nail easily because of the genopin cross-linking. We wanted to ensure that the nano layer was reinforced with something because, again, hydrogen bonds are relatively weak, and the genopin creates covalent bonds, which will then strengthen that bond with your nail.
Okay, so the idea is to have this survive short-term exposure, but longer-term you can remove this.
Exactly, yes.
Great, thank you.
I love this idea. As a woman, I have a lot of friends who are no longer wearing their press-on nails because of nail health. They've suddenly been doing it for many, many years. So besides being young women, what drew you to this?
Yes, so from personal experience, I think a lot of us have parents who actually work in nail stores. And actually this morning, like my friend was just telling me that her mom was like, oh, are you gonna be using those press-on nails with that glue?
And she was like, you shouldn't be using that. That's not good for you. And even like growing up, even though she does nails, she was like, I don't want you doing nails. It's damaging to your nails. And also, in general, like the glue is just not good. And the removal process is also very painful.
And to add on to that really quickly, so instead of using glue, we decided to use adhesive tabs because they're a lot gentler on the nails, but we kind of, in order to like preserve our nail health, we're sacrificing durability. So for example, this morning when we put on our press-on nails for the first time, our nails kept falling off with the adhesive tab, so that kind of affects the durability. And actually right now in our seat aisle, there's a press-on nail on the floor, so that shows the compromise between the nail strength and the nail health as well.
And also, if you look on the back of the press-on nail box that I gave you, there is a material on there. I don't know if you guys know, but in Garden Grove there is actually a gas leak, I think it was acrylic plastic, and that same material is what's being thrown into the air, and it's people are being evacuated and everything. So that's also something that we were considering. That's also really damaging.
Methacrylate. Yep, that one. Yes. There you go.
Hi guys, great job. I want to dig in a little deeper on. Can you go to your the slide that shows the spend per year? Yeah. So normally when I'm looking at a business plan and planned, spending goals year to year, it's always an acceleration, right? Because you're trying to grow, you're trying to accelerate. And so I just kind of wanted to dig a little deeper on that year 2 point and the year 3 point, how the cost per year is pretty much the same year to year, and it actually goes down on year 2, and I guess what the thought behind that is.
Right. No, go back. There you go. Yeah. So the reason why we have a decrease in funding is because our patent is currently, we'll apply for it, and then we will also use it.
May I suggest why? Go back to your slide. Go back to your slide. Just go. Yep. There you go. How many units are you selling in year 1?
5,000.
Good. How many are you selling in year 2?
12,000.
Did you net the revenue against your cost? Meaning you took the amount of revenue that you earn, you subtracted expense of $950,000, and therefore you need 700. Is that what you did?
Yeah, we based it off of the 3 model plan that was also provided to us.
Yep, I'm very aware of that.
Yeah. Yes. So we based the numbers off of the individual years that it gave us.
Yeah. So I think that might be their answer. Sorry.
Okay. No worries, yeah. And also our first year, the provisional patent is also pretty expensive, and we also hope to build those research connections with like local universities to also help us like basically create and ensure that our product is working. And so we'd also have to pay for all of those scientists as well.
Cool. Thank you, guys.
Incredible. Okay, Salk Point Medical, come on up. I did. I'll take a. Ooh, but this one's a different one, so I'll take a second one. That and then the box. All right.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mohammed.
I'm Andre.
I'm Nitish.
And I'm Arav. And together we are
Salt
Point Medical.
Every single year, 400 million urinary tract infections occur, making them among the most commonly contracted infections in the world. Oftentimes, when untreated, urinary tract infections result in kidney failure or even sepsis. However, 92% of these UTIs carry some sort of resistance to antibiotics, meaning our most commonly used methods of fighting these are no longer usable. Further, a 48 to 96 hour wait period for testing for antibiotic resistance results in ineffective antibiotics often being prescribed.
So typically, beta-lactam antibiotics are used to treat UTIs. However, E. coli, which is responsible for 90% of UTIs, produces special enzymes known as extended-spectrum beta-lactamases, which inhibit the effectiveness of such beta-lactams. The most common of these extended-spectrum beta-lactamases being CTXM15. So CTXM15 essentially inhibits the effectiveness of beta-lactam antibiotics, resulting in ultimate treatment failure. This ends up resulting in greater difficulty when trying to treat individuals, as well as higher rates of infection among general population.
After understanding the need of why we need to find or identify CTXM15, we can move on to our solution. Our solution is MANA, Molecular Antimicrobial Neutralization Analyzer. And it is a 3-part solution. And it starts off by getting a urine sample from the patient, which is then moved over to the testing strip, and it travels along the testing strip until it reaches a gold electrode that has these binding molecules called DARPins. The results of this testing strip are then measured by the portable potentiostat. Before delving deeper into the solution, we must also understand what DARPins really are. DARPins stand for Design, Anchor, and Repeat Proteins, and there is a series of anchor and repeat proteins that work together to form a specific type of curve, and is customizable depending on how many you use and different other factors. By utilizing the right amount of anchor and repeat proteins to form the ideal curve to bind specifically to CTXM15, we can further understand the testing strip to another level.
However, DARPins are only one component of the internals of our testing strip. There is a base gold electrode layer, which will participate in the main chemistry of MANA, which I will describe soon. There is a binding layer that will connect these DARPins to this gold electrode layer. And if CTXM15 is found in the urine that is added to the inside of our testing strip, then it will bind as such on top of the DARPin. So within the testing strip themselves, there is a special potassium hexacyanoferrate solution. This solution typically interacts with the gold electrode right there to cause a transfer of electrons. Now, with CTXM15 unbound, there is a certain charge transfer resistance represented by the diameter of the blue curve. However, upon CTXM15 binding, there is a physical and electrostatic barrier that is created. This causes a change in the size of the diameter of the curve, which indicates a higher charge transfer resistance. Basically, electrons cannot move as easily between the gold and the potassium hexacyanoferrate in solution.
As shown here, we predict by the time MANA is able to reach the market that the global antibiotic susceptibility market will be $6.8 billion. Further, by tracking the amount of UTI that are present in modern infections, we propose that 17.5% of this market will be serviceable by our product. Further, there are a lot of existing alternatives to this issue, such as susceptibility tests, PCR, and lateral flow strips. However, none of them are able to both provide accuracy in terms of having an active enzyme detected or a quantitative output, while also providing accessibility by not requiring a lab or a culture. MANA manages to meet both of these criteria while also providing a significantly lower time and cost for our product.
To fully realize MANA, we developed a 3-year operating budget based on realistic biotech startup costs and manufacturing estimates. Most of our expenses are concentrated in personnel, lab access, and clinical validation. Overall, we project a total funding need of approximately $2.3 million across the first 3 years. Our primary users include healthcare systems and insurance providers such as Medicare, VA Healthcare, and Kaiser Permanente to encourage hospitals to adopt rapid resistance testing before prescribing antibiotics. Sorry. Okay. Our funding strategy focuses first on grants and research-based investment opportunities before moving into larger-scale commercialization. We identified programs such as SBIR, BARDA, and NSF Corp because they specifically support antimicrobial resistance technologies and early-stage biotech innovation.
We have some clear developmental milestones for our product as well. The first year will be completely dedicated to the creation of a working prototype, after which we aim for the next 2 years to be dedicated to getting FDA 501(k) approval with the existing Carba 5 product as a primary predicate. The next 2 years will be dedicated to the expansion and selling of our product, first starting inside the United States and then moving on to Western Europe.
Beyond commercialization, Nano also includes a social impact division focused on expanding access to rapid resistance testing for higher risk patient populations, such as veterans. We plan to work alongside organizations such as Paralyzed Veterans of America to support these higher risk patients by giving them subsidized reader deployment and testing access programs.
So judges, let's help us envision a world UTI-free with Mana.
So this would be great if we could make this feasible. Can you talk about false positives and false negatives? Because that's the problems with detection systems.
Yeah, so if we could go back a couple slides. Sorry. All right, so yeah, I think that's a great question because we did try to account for this with the binding layer. So within the binding layer, if I could highlight it, I don't know how easy it is to see, but the yellow sort of spheres, those are bovine serum albumin. That essentially prevents like excess binding of CTXM15 to that binding layer so that when they do bind, they only bind to the custom DARPins. It's also important to note that CTXM15, if found in any concentration, is considered a positive. So in that sense, it's kind of difficult to have false positive because there's no baseline concentration of CTXM15.
Moreover, we are aware that urine itself has stuff like urea, has ascorbic acid, aka vitamin C, and other stuff within it. That is the main reason why we also have the BSA to prevent any type of binding to the gold electrode from that.
Great. Thank you.
It's an interesting topic for 4 young men. How did you come to that, to decide on that?
So the original focus was not UTIs, it was just antimicrobial resistance in general. The story behind that, it's kind of just like a silly thing. I do Model United Nations, and my first topic ever was actually antimicrobial resistance. And while I did not do very good at that competition, one of the things I learned from it was actually antimicrobial resistance and kind of the scale of the issue we see. And when we were first brainstorming, I just kind of told them, like, hey, what if we focus on antimicrobial resistance? And then we kind of started going through some existing nanotechnology that could have been applied to our issue.
Moreover, within
That's
our family, moreover, within our family as a whole, we have a couple of veterans, and we noticed that this issue is especially prevalent within anyone who was a veteran or who is a veteran or anyone who's elderly as well.
Hi guys, fantastic presentation. I have a more general question, I suppose. Can you, I guess, walk me through with a little bit more depth your go-to-market strategy?
Yeah, for sure. Let's go for the. Oh, sorry, I'm going the wrong direction. All right, do you want to go to the developmental milestones right here?
Sorry, do you just want to, could you just be a little bit more specific on what you were asking?
Yeah, so I mean, in my own experience, right, like going through, I think your beachhead market really included these insurance companies, right? But they're famously slow to adopt like new technologies. And so I guess I was wondering more specifically about the strategies to actually enter those markets, right? And to get a beachhead with those customers.
So yeah, that's a really good question. The reason we actually focus on medical insurance companies is because they're one of the people who lose the most financially from this issue. Like obviously, you know, the consumers, the patients, they lose a lot health-wise, but medically it is very expensive for these companies to constantly be paying for the prescriptions of antibiotics. One thing that we didn't mention in specific is every time you get a resistant infection, the rate of that recurring actually increases about sixfold. So what we plan to primarily work with is just going to them and, you know, highlighting these issues and then working with those companies. Because at the end of the day, they're not our primary consumers. It's more so they may feel an incentive to work with the hospitals who are our main consumers.
Got it. Thank you.
This is darn picky what I'm going to say. The name of your company is Salk Point. Where did the name of your company come from?
So honestly, the name of our idea was kind of like the last thing, and we're like, oh my god, we need the name for our company. And
oh my
gosh,
gosh.
it's funny. The other day in my AP Bio class, we were talking about Jonas Salk, and I was like, you mean to tell me this guy made a cure or a vaccine to one of the most pressing issues of our time, and he decided not to patent it? And I felt like that was something we could highlight, just the idea of, while it is a business, and while we do want to focus on making money, obviously, there is a component to us that is very focused on the public health, the health of our communities, and the health of those who are the least able to access these, like veterans. So that's kind of where the name came from.
So, you could use the comparison to Jonas Salk as your inspiration for your company, but the word Salk is trademarked.
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh. So, you know, you could use that as an inspirational part of your pitch, but you probably need to think of a different company name.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you so much.
All right. Next team up, to bat, is Solar Universe. Whoops. Whoop.
Hello, everyone. We are Team Solar Universe from South Junior High School in Anaheim, California. My name is Lillian. This is Olivia, Romina, Joanna, and Mia. Today, we are excited to share a nanotechnology solution to help reduce the urban heat island effect. Imagine walking outside after PE on a hot day. The asphalt on the ground feels so hot, it almost feels like a grill under your shoes. Everywhere around you, the heat rises from the ground and makes it harder to cool down.
Or imagine getting out of a pool during a hot day in summer. The concrete around the pool is so hot that you have to run so your feet don't burn. Heat from asphalt and concrete affects us every day.
At South Junior High, most of our campus is covered with asphalt and concrete. These dark surfaces absorb a lot of heat from the sun. That trapped heat increases the urban heat island effect, making our campus hotter for students and staff. From January through May, our science classes collected over 700 temperature data points around campus at least twice a day. We discovered that concrete areas averaged about 105 degrees Fahrenheit, while asphalt areas reached about 121 degrees. That's at least 30 degrees hotter than the air temperature outside. We also surveyed our students at South Junior High. Many students said they feel uncomfortable during hot days and noticed that the asphalt areas feel the hottest. The urban heat island effect impacts both people and the environment. It increases energy use because buildings need more air conditioning to cool down. It can lower air quality and increase health risks such as heat strokes, heat exhaustion, dehydration, breathing problems, dizziness, and headaches.
Our sustainable cooling paint is designed to help reduce urban heat island effects. It reflects sunlight, releases heat through radiative cooling, and uses self-healing technology to last longer.
Our product works using two important science concepts: sunlight reflection and radiative cooling. The first material is super white barium sulfate nanoparticles, or BASO4. These tiny white particles release These tiny white nanoparticles reflect a large amount of solar radiation away from the surface instead of absorbing it as heat. This helps keep asphalt and concrete cooler during the day. Modified PDMS binder polymer, or polydimethylsilicane, is highly emissive in the infrared.
or IR, allowing heat to escape as infrared energy through radiative cooling, instead of trapping heat on the surface. To make the PDMS self-healing, modifications can add more oxygen and nitrogen groups called isocyanate groups. These groups increase hydrogen bonding, helping the polymer reform linkages and reconnect when small cracks form. This helps repair damage over time and makes the paint stronger, longer lasting, and more durable.
Our paint is made with a careful mixing process. The formula contains 60% brom sulfate, 39% self-healing PDMS, and 1% of paint additives. Together, these ingredients create a durable cooling paint that can reduce the heat in the cities and school campuses.
Our target market includes schools, companies, and communities. Schools can use Thermiovex to cool playgrounds and campuses. Companies can use it on parking lots and office buildings, and communities can use it on parks, pools, and shared spaces to create cooler and more comfortable environment.
When we compared our product to other cooling paints, we found several advantages. Thermiovex only needs one coat, has self-healing abilities, and reflects large amounts of sunlight away from the surface. It's also designed to last longer than many of the current products on the market. It is heat emissive, making it stand out of the other ones.
The reflective cooling paint market is growing quickly around the world. In 2025, the world market was over $8 billion, and experts predict it could grow over $17 billion by 2034. If Thermiovex captures 1% of the market, our projected sales could reach about $13 million. We plan to start more continuous testing and improving in our product over the time.
Our future plan starts with producing 500 gallons while developing and testing our formula. Then we plan to expand production, build partnerships, and continue testing our product over time.
Adding up all costs, we have estimated our startup costs for year one to be approximately over $1 million.
In the future, we want to improve durability in extreme weather, create more reflective color options, and test our paint on more surfaces such as rooftops, roads, and parking lots.
Thank you for listening to our pitch and everyone who supported us along the way.
So very nice. Can you talk about the thickness of your...
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Nice presentation. Can you tell us about the thickness of your paint coating and how you expect to get away with one coat when all your competitors take two coats?
Yeah, so we're currently trying to figure out why it's like all added up together, because it's 2 nanoparticles in one coating. So making it like stronger and more durable, because the PDMS that's modified in it, it's like self-healing because it's modified with more oxygen and nitrogen groups, and it makes it like thicker and like makes it like heal faster, because usually other ones on the market they don't have the healing process. So it makes us like the chance to have one coat instead of just like multiple coats to make it last longer.
So do you think your paint's going to be more viscous than what's currently out there?
Yes. Mainly because of it stands out because of the IR heat that it emits at night, because of the PDMS polymer inside of it.
Very good, thank you.
Who's Olivia? Great animation.
Thank
you for that. How did you come to this? Was the asphalt at your school getting hot in the summer? I mean, what drew you to this?
So when we walk around in our school campus, South Senior High, everywhere it's like surrounded in concrete and asphalt. So it makes like the grounds hotter. And since a bunch of the students in my school wear like a lot of thin like shoe platforms, it like their shoes emit the heat from the ground, and it like bothers them a lot.
Great.
Hi guys, I want to give you guys credit first off for staying within the 5 minutes. I think first team so far without a gong. Beyond that, as for my actual question, right, I think you guys mentioned schools, communities, and businesses as your initial market, right? Out of those 3, who do you see as the number one, I guess, adopter, and why?
We see schools as a number one adapter because in schools, a lot of students walk around, especially during PE, on the blacktop. And in our survey, the blacktop gets the most hottest, especially during PE and lunch.
Got it. Thank you.
I just want to commend you for giving credit to Olivia. It's a really important aspect of being a cohesive, cooperative team, and that's recognized, you know, when someone does something special for the team, and it's all of those different talents that lead to a successful effort. So congratulations. I really commend you for that.
Thank you.
All right. Great. Next team up to bat is Corex. What?
Do all three mics work? What's that? Do all three mics work? All the mics work. Okay.
Hello, everyone. This is Corex. My name is Ziva. This is Jenny, Michaela, Rebecca, and Sydney. Fires are following a pattern starting to become familiar. As we've seen in California's Palisades Fire, Hawaii's Lahaina Fire, and just this Wednesday, Simi Valley's Sand Fire. Wind-driven embers have been igniting urban conflagrations. It is this building-to-building transmission that causes widespread destruction in communities of every size. In Chatsworth Park Elementary School, children were forced out of aging buildings after many students encountered health problems with mold growth. And this isn't just a problem affecting distant schools. This is a problem affecting millions of neighborhoods worldwide.
Quick show of hands, how many of you guys have ever worried about fire or mold affecting your homes? Well, you're not alone. In an interview with homeowners and contractors around California, 78% said they were concerned about mold, 96% rated fire safety as highly important, and 100% said they're interested in a solution and would consider paying more.
EnduraGuard is a multifunctional wood composite designed to improve moisture protection, fire resistant, mold prevention, and overall durability through its 3-layer nanotechnology enhanced structure. All 3 layers are hot pressed together to create a strong sealed panel that is much more fire resistant and helps prevent mold growth. This makes EnduraGuard to be a Class A fire rated wood panel.
Here's how it works. The top and bottom face layer act as the first and third barrier against moisture and heat. The plywood veneer helps slow down water and heat penetration, while OMNT nanoclay creates microscopic barriers that reduce heat transfer and help slow flame spread by limiting oxygen and heat movements. To combat moisture, the APTES timing helps reduce water absorption, preventing swelling and warping and rotting that feeds toxic mold. The core layer is made with 7/16 inches OSB wood particles and act as the main structural and fire-resistant component of the panel. While traditional panel use cheap UF resin that brings toxic air into your homes, EnduraGuard uses a premium formaldehyde-free PMDI resin which matches. Together, these materials make the core more durable, harder to ignite, and better at resisting combustion. EnduraGuard is built to endure and designed to guard.
EnduraGuard is ahead of our competition regarding fire resistance, mold prevention, and the lifespan of our wood. Untreated panel acts like an active fuel source, leading to the destructions that we see in modern wildfires and traps moisture for toxic mold to grow, which leads to a higher cycle of frequent replacement and waste material in the long run. Other companies, such as LP Flame Block, only repels fires with a coating outside with no mold protection at all. EnduraGuard resolves all these issues with advanced nanotechnology that reduces heat, repels moisture, and lowers the maintenance costs in the long run.
So here's our roadmap for the next 5 years. So year 1 is all about building and proving that it actually works. So we're developing prototype panels, running lab tests, and filing a US patent to protect our technology. And so by year 2, we're scaling up. So we're moving into pilot manufacturing, getting a third-party certification, and locking in our first major business-to-business supply contracts with California contractors. And by year 4 and 5, we're expanding nationally. So we're targeting architects and builders in high fire risk and moisture-prone areas. And so we're planning this, finding people to sell this by presenting our product at construction and sustainability trade shows, such as the International Builders Show or the AWFS Fair.
The raw manufacturing cost of a 4x8 panel would be $74, and we plan to sell our product at $125, allowing us for a 40% gross margin and giving us strong profit margins and high scalability. Financially, our net profit is expected to grow significantly over 5 years, starting from year 3 once we secure our first revenue contracts.
So why invest in Endurogard? The engineered wood market is projected to reach $427 billion by 2033. California's wildfire codes and coastal humidity demands for fire resistance, mold prevention, and fire resistance, which Endurogard delivers all three in one durable and cost-effective panel.
And remember, strength starts at the core. Thank you.
Thank you.
So really nice presentation. So it looks like your product, you're going to have wood cladding like is normal. So your product's really what goes in the middle. Is that correct? Am I reading this right? Okay. Could you use like recycled wood or wood chips or other byproducts in your material? Talk more about the material that's going to go into this.
So it could be used like the wood chips to recycle it, and all the materials we use right now is recyclable except the PMDI resin, which needs to be recycled separately because it bounds like all three materials together. If we need to recycle that, we have to like, yeah.
And what about your product is new that's not out there? What's the competition like?
So our product treats both fire and mold prevention, and most like wood panels on the market currently only treats with fire coatings, and it's not actually inside the core. And for us, mold prevention is also a really big aspect because almost 80% of like housing in America have some sort of mold, and if that mold continues to grow, it can lead to like black mold, which can kill people within a few days. So that's also why we wanted to prevent the mold as well. So our product is kind of like a 2-in-1 compared to separately buying both products from the market. Yeah.
Very thoughtful presentation. Once again, motivation. What drew you to this? The fires or personal experience or?
So being in California, I can say that all of us have worried about wildfire risk at some point in our lives, but hearing about it and living through it are two separate things. Personally, a few years back, there was a wildfire right behind my house, and we got an evacuation notice for my family and my neighborhood, and I had to watch my little brother pack all of his belongings, including his most valuable stuffed animals. And that is an experience that I will never forget and I constantly think about to this day.
Yeah. Adding on, I think the fire that was just this week was really close to, I think, Chino Hills, and actually one of my teachers, she lived right next to it, so her husband actually called her and have her like come home and get all the stuff. So it was really hurtful to see that like impacting people around us and impacting their, I guess, emotions and their job as well.
Hi guys, great presentation. I would like to dig a little deeper on your margins. I think I overheard you guys saying 40% gross margins. Is that based on the assumption that you guys are going to be manufacturing your panels independently?
Yes.
So would you guys then perhaps considering that's a pretty low gross margin, would you consider, I don't know, maybe licensing the technology for other existing manufacturers to then produce on their own, and then you guys get a license fee or something?
Yeah, I think right now we're going to start independently from the first 1 to 5 years. And once we have go to other trade shows, we'll try to find more investors who would actually be interested in helping us produce it.
Got it. Thank you.
I don't know that, do I have a question? Hold on, I'm lost. Professor Kaner, is the term nanoclay something that existed before? Okay, I was just curious, so, okay.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much.
All right, Team Nanomed.
Hello, everybody. We are Nanomed from John F. Kennedy High School, and we're here to talk about Extra Relief, our transdermal allergy patch to help you breathe better and live better. I'm Carlos Castillo.
I'm Nayeli Castillo.
And I'm Samuel Martinez Cancinas.
So, why do we care? Well, I have every allergy that they test you for. As you can see here on my allergy test results, there's very little green, a whole lot of yellow, orange, and red. And there's other stuff that I'm allergic to that's not on there, such as my own hair. And so what this has led to is I have constant allergy symptoms, always a sniffle, always a cough, and my immune system is so busy dealing with allergies that it doesn't deal with illnesses, so I get sick much more often than most people. I was sick 2 weeks ago, in fact.
So how many of you guys have actually ever experienced allergies, like with your runny nose? And yeah, the runny nose you can never catch. So the problem here is when we do have those allergies, we run to the store to search for antihistamine medicine, which usually comes in the form of pills. But the problem with these standard pills is that they have to be taken daily for maximum effectiveness, but they're often very easy to forget and they're a hassle, especially for young children. Carlos, do you like to take your medicine every day?
It is not very fun.
Do you forget to take your medicine sometimes?
Definitely.
Which is why, and in fact, 86% of parents reported that their children refuse to take their medication. And this problem is worsened when 25% of children can't even swallow pills. So the alternative to antihistamine pills is a transdermal antihistamine patch. And this patch utilizes nanolipid carriers to release loratadine throughout a patient. And because these nanolipid carriers offer absorption and better control, we're able to use slow release for a consistent 24-hour allergen relief. And these patches are long-lasting, lasting for up to 2 weeks, and we also offer colorful designs to appeal more to children.
So here's how we make these nanolipid carriers. The first step is to create a loratadine hydrochloride solution of salt, and then we combine that with two lipids, a solid lipid in stearic acid and a liquid lipid in olive oil. And we combine this with our loratadine HCl salt, and we use liquid nitrogen to help combine them without worrying about heating up the chemical too much so it begins to dissolve. Next, we use a surfactant, polysorbate 80, in order to combine the lipids and our medicine more fully. And then we use a homogenization machine in order to reduce the particles to the nanoscale. And once they're there, we can start making our patch. So our patch is made of 3 layers: a drug reservoir, an intermediate layer, and an adhesive layer. The drug reservoir contains the loratadine hydrochloride salt in the nanolipid carrier, and it also contains a solvent of multiple different chemicals. And their whole purpose is to increase the transdermal effectiveness of the medicine. It allows for it to pass through the rate-controlling membrane that makes up the intermediate layer, allowing us to control how much medicine is in the patient system at one time. And it also makes sure that there's no problem getting the medicine into the body.
So the global pediatric medicine market is very big, and especially that of the allergen relief market, which is valued at $2.53 billion as of last year, and it's growing at a compounded annual growth rate of 11%, which means that the market is prime for new products. And we're appealing to children by adding cute designs to their patches so that it's like a collectible for them. They can showcase their patches, and just so that medicine is a little less scary for them. So our first year of production, we're going to be filing our patent and doing lab testing where we'll develop a patch for children ages 2 to 5. And we'll also start marketing and produce about 1,000 patches. Our next year, we'll continue lab testing to develop a patch for children ages 6 to 11. We'll continue marketing and produce about 2,500 patches or more if demand allows for it. And our third year, we will launch a subscription service to allow people to purchase the patches for whatever seasons and like months that they specifically think they need it for. And also custom design printing for a small fee for children to have whatever they want on their patch. We'll continue marketing and produce about 5,000 patches, again, or more as demand allows for it. So the cost of the patch for kids age 2 to 5 is about $14, and we're going to sell it for $19 for a profit margin of 35.3%. The one for kids aged 6 to 11 costs us about $14, and we'll sell it for $20 at a profit margin of 33.3%, which will increase as we buy in bigger bulk, which means cost of patches goes down, and our profit margins will go up, and we purchase less. And we're requesting $750,000 for the first 3 years, and we'll be profitable by year 7.
Thank you.
I'm gonna grab this so I can give it to the judges.
So thank you for that. As we saw from your allergy chart, you're allergic to different things in different concentrations, different amounts. Can you talk about how you sort of have this universal patch, but every kid getting this is going to need a different amount of drug? I don't even know where they're going to put this and how it's going to get in, but so talk about that, please.
Okay, well, to address the first problem, all these different numbers are a measure of severity. They're not a measure of like how much concentration the medicine needs. As long as the allergy isn't at a deadly level, you need the same amount of allergy medicine to deal with a slight sniffle or like when you're like at a point where maybe breathing is starting to become an issue. It's the same dosage no matter what. And as for the second issue about how it gets into the body, we're using patch technology that has been used in multiple different transdermal patches. It's specifically based on a patch for donepezil, where it uses these chemicals and a rate controlling membrane, and it uses that to get the medicine into the system and like incorporate it in there. And loratadine and donepezil are both have many similar chemical properties. They're both highly lipophilic and they're both highly polar. So we believe that they should both react in the same way to these solvents and enter the system of the patient.
Great. And where do you wear the patch?
Your arm.
Thank you.
What I really loved about this is we know where the inspiration came from, and you added humor right off the bat. So if you were ever pitching this, the people that you're pitching to are at ease because these questions are met. And I just thought that was really well done. It was concise and great job.
Thank you.
Hi guys, fantastic presentation. I noticed that your product touches on both, literally touches children in a way, right? But also, right, it also touches on drug delivery, right? Both of these things can slow the process of commercialization, right? And so I guess I'm wondering about your method of going to market. Are you primarily thinking about direct to consumer through, pediatrician recommendations, through, pharmacies? How are you guys approaching?
So we're planning on approaching mostly direct to consumer, at least in the beginning, but obviously, a lot of children need medicine, and I think word of mouth from parents will also assist with that. But also we are going to launch a subscription box service, and I think after we become profitable, we can consider going to pharmacies and stuff like that to expand our market.
So did you guys take into account with your budget like marketing spend then?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Just two comments. I'm going to amplify what Denise said, that this was a really great presentation because you personalized it. It's the case with many of the presentations today that you really focused on something that had meaning to the team. And I also want to ask just a quick question. How did the three of you work together? Did you split up the work? One was science, one was numbers. How did you go about creating, how the team worked together?
Yeah, so we did kind of do like the split of work. So like I did a lot of the science side of things, and they focused on business and numbers related things. But there was always a lot of like, you can't fully dictate that. So, they did some science stuff. I did I tried to find some market research, we did what we like had to do basically was the goal. Like we had the guidelines in place, but then if someone needed to I need to figure out this market thing, I can't find a good link, then, I would help. Or if I was like, we need to look at all these different variations on transdermal patches to see which one would work best, they helped lower the load there. So,
well, just moving on quickly, that phrase, we did what we had to do, that's the type of attitude you need to drive a successful product. So bravo to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Last and certainly not least, our final presentation today is Blue Flow. Okay, whenever you guys are ready.
Imagine turning on your faucet and not realizing that inside the pipes beneath your city, an invisible problem is already costing millions of dollars. Over time, biofilm and corrosion build up along pipe walls, increasing friction and forcing pumps to work harder just to move water. In some systems, this means 30% of treated water is lost before reaching consumers. Not only that, but biofilm growth also leads to numerous health consequences, including respiratory and systemic illnesses. Municipal facilities then spend significant amounts of money on energy, maintenance, and pipe replacement. As populations grow and water infrastructure ages, cities need solutions that are not only effective, but also scalable, affordable, and long-lasting.
Current solutions mainly treat the symptoms instead of the source of the problem. Chemical disinfectants like chlorine require constant monitoring and can negatively impact the environment. Mechanical pipe cleaning is expensive and labor-intensive, while many antimicrobial coatings lose effectiveness over time. Other technologies may reduce friction or corrosion, but very few target both energy efficiency and biofilm prevention directly at the pipe surface, where the problem actually begins.
And so that's where Shark Pipe comes in. Shark Pipe is a modified PVC water pipe designed to reduce energy loss and prevent biofilm buildup by engineering the inner surface of the pipe at the micro and nano scale. Instead of leaving the interior smooth like traditional systems, Shark Pipe uses a combination of shark skin-inspired riblet microstructures, as you see here, with integrated Zwitter ionic polymer technology to improve flow and keep the pipe clean over time.
The inside surface of shark pipe contains microscopic riblets inspired by shark skin. These grooves are aligned with water flow and reduce drag by reorganizing the turbulence that occurs near the pipe wall. This means that pumps then use less energy to move the same amount of water. In addition to these riblets, shark pipe incorporates Zwitter ionic polymer technology directly into the pipe material rather than relying on a temporary surface coating. During production, these amphiphilic molecules naturally migrate toward the pipe's inner surface, forming a thin nanoscale hydration layer that strongly binds water molecules. Research has shown that this hydration barrier can cause a 90% reduction in bacterial adhesion. And importantly, shark pipe does not sterilize water or replace disinfectants. Instead, it creates a pipe surface that is less favorable for microbial growth, supporting existing treatment systems in a completely passive way.
One of shark pipe's greatest strengths is that it both improves flow efficiency and long-term resistance to biofilm. Unlike traditional pipes that gradually lose efficiency as they age, shark pipe maintains its performance from day one by reducing drag and preventing buildup. Another major advantage is that shark pipe is fully compatible with existing municipal materials and manufacturing methods. The pipe uses standard UPVC, and the riblets are formed through microstructured extrusion, a scalable process already used in the industry. Additionally, the Zwitter ionic additives are blended directly into the PVC, meaning that the anti-fouling function is permanent, not a coating that wears off. Together, these features make shark pipe practical to manufacture, easy to integrate, and capable of delivering long-term savings through lower pumping energy, reduced maintenance, and extended pipe lifespan.
Financially, shark pipe is designed as a long-term infrastructure investment. Our projected manufacturing cost ranges from about $6 to $44 per foot, depending on pipe diameter, and sells for about an average of $35 per foot in early pilot programs, resulting in a profit of $13. During our initial pilot run in year 3, and assuming we sell 5,000 feet worth of shark pipe, this translates to approximately $175,000 in revenue and $65,000 in gross profit our first year. The opportunity here is enormous. The global water and wastewater pipe infrastructure market is currently valued at roughly $30 to $36 billion and continues to grow as aging systems require rehabilitation. Our initial obtainable market of $20 to $30 million represents a realistic portion of this, giving us a strong foundation with room to scale.
Our 5-year plan begins with research, prototyping, and material optimization during the first 2 years. We will be focusing on finalizing, then validating the performance of factors such as riblet geometries and the Zwitter ionic PVC blend. By year 3, we begin pilot-scale manufacturing and controlled field testing in municipal and campus systems. Years 4 and 5 will focus on NSF ANSI certification, scaling up manufacturing, and full commercial deployment. To support this process, we are seeking $1.1 to $1.3 million in early-stage funding through SBIR grants, NSF innovation programs, and private partnerships to complete research, prototyping, and commercialization.
Ultimately, our design helps reduce pumping energy, lowers maintenance from buildup inside pipes, and allows water to move more smoothly and efficiently through the system. Most importantly, shark pipe addresses a growing global infrastructure problem in a way that is scalable, realistic, and scientifically grounded. So today, we invite you to envision the future of water infrastructure with Shark Pipe. Thank you.
Very nice presentation. I think you've taken 2 really good ideas, both controlling the surface and then using Zwitter ions. However, you need to convince me that you can actually manufacture this at scale. So tell me how you would start with the shark skin. How would you make that?
Yeah, we have a few extra slides to kind of help you better visualize this. Okay, so I'll start with the Zwitter ions first, actually, just because that's incorporated into the PVC. So we would first create sort of like a master batch blend. So we would combine the Zwitter ions with the PVC. And then in order to create that sort of shark riblet structure, we undergo a process called microstructured digeometry extrusion. And essentially, we're taking this hot PVC with the Zwitter ions embedded into it, and we put it through this extrusion mold to where it'll embed these riblets in the interior of the pipe. And then after that happens, we then perform surface segregation. So essentially what we're doing is we're running water through the pipe, and these Zwitter ions, they are polar, right? And water is also polar. So these amphiphilic molecules will then migrate towards the inner surface of the pipe, kind of allowing these Zwitter ions to be more effective in that sense.
So is there going to be Zwitter ions throughout the thickness of the pipe, not just on the surface?
It's primarily, so we do that water step here to kind of bring these water ions towards the innermost part of the surface so that when water is actually, going through it, it'll create that hydration barrier.
So they're going to migrate after you make the pipe?
Yeah, like, do you want to explain it?
So you make the pipe first with the riblet structure, and then the Twitter ions are added.
This is, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, this was a little bit backwards. This was like slightly outdated, but we create the blend first, then put it through the extrusion, and then from then on, in the last step, the Twitter ions will migrate.
Okay.
Sorry for the confusion.
Yeah. Thank you.
Impressive. So how did you guys decide on this? This is kind of an expansive vision on something that's needed throughout our country, throughout the world, really. It seems like would be a lot of financial and community, city councils to replace these pipes and things. So anyway, how did you get drawn to this, aside from that?
Yeah, so first starting off with the science part of it, we are part of our school's ASEP program, which stands for Advanced Science and Engineering Program. And in our sophomore year, we took a bioengineering class where we learned about many different things, but specifically biomimicry was the one topic that stood out to us. And this helped inspire a few different projects. One of them we did last year, hydrospides, and this year we advanced into shark pipe, where we stayed in like the water industry, and we wanted to just help evolve with that and sort of incorporate shark skin riblets and all of that into creating this product.
Great presentation. I want to ask about your defensibility at scale. So what stops a large pipe manufacturing company, right, from adopting this technology? Is it a system of patents, exclusive contracts? How are you guys thinking about navigating that?
I'm sorry, I don't think we really understand the question. Would you mind explaining it a little
Yeah,
bit?
so, I mean, your technology seems very sound, right, comprehensive, but, you're going against incumbents that have billions to play around with, right? And so, inevitably, if you don't have a strong moat for defense, right, they'll just, copy it, or they'll, a good outcome is they buy you, right? But, so what's your path to defensibility, I guess?
I guess first and foremost, like filing for patents. I think we included that somewhere in our business plan, but that is probably the first way we would provide defensibility for our own product. And then in terms of why companies would want to invest in this, so just a brief cost analysis compared to normal PVC pipes. Although ours does cost approximately 15 to 30% more to sell. We do offer a 6% reduction in energy loss and also a 90% reduction in biofilm formation. And so with that, over time, these companies will not have to, maintain these pipes, which are very, very costly processes.
Cool, thank you.
I really don't have any questions other than why is there such a large variability in the manufacturing costs?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. So our plan is to target municipal pipes, and so there are a variety of sizes, right? So our goal is to target or create, pipes that are about 6 inches in diameter to 16 inches, and that is a large range. So we do have, ranges and prices for that as well.
I just want to conclude by saying I almost beat the gong that time.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so first, one hand round of applause again to all of our teams today. Oh my gosh. I do not envy our judges for the very tough decisions they're gonna have to start to make. The teams step it up every year, and my gosh, incredible presentations, everyone. So we do have lunch outside. I'm gonna ask that everyone allow our judges to get their lunch first, because they need to have the time to be able to sit in our deliberation room and actually discuss all the wonderful presentations that they just saw. So we're gonna let them go first, and then we should be ready with everything at about 1:30. So please plan to be ready to come back here at 1:30, and we will announce the winners. But for now, please enjoy some lunch, and thank you all again for some really excellent presentations today.
I'm seeing him. No son sticker. Es su logo. They have like 15 logos.
center of everything, actually. Yeah. Were you guys at a booth, or were you just wandering around?
Oh, no, we had a booth.
Oh, cool. What was your booth?
We had this
Oh, you were one of the robotics booths. Cool. Yeah, there was a lot of robotics there. That's really neat. We had the flexible polymer solar cells. We had a few different demos. We had solar cells, and we had a bunch of other ones also. Yeah. Cool. So I think that's everything.
Metals are over there. It should be the right amount for each team.
Okay.
But I have the extra box here if we need another too.
Okay. And then the certificates they can get outside?
Or
they already got them. Okay, great. Okay. Yes. I'm gonna unplug this for a second while I make sure the slide looks correct.
All right, do we have everyone back in the auditorium? Maybe some people are still coming in? Okay, I think everyone's back in. All right, so before we get to our winners announcements, first I wanted to give some thanks. Nikki Lynn, Sonia Luna, Ken Funahashi, Mike Huntley, Bria Johnson, and Trish Halamandris. So thank you all very much. It was very, very critical for these students to get this deep business knowledge and experience from these very wonderful, wonderful hosts. Also, we have some of our UCLA mentors here today. If you are a mentor, please stand up so we can give you a big, big cheer. pretty much everything we do in the CNSI education programs. Thank you all for giving your extra time and your extra dedication to this program as well. Students, give yourselves a round of applause because you did amazing. And also a huge thank you to our CNSI staff who are in and around everywhere, making sure that everything today ran as smoothly as it did. We cannot exist without their infrastructure. So wanted to send all of those big thank yous to everyone. So now we're gonna go on to our winners. So first, for third place, want to extend congratulations to Team Solar Universe. So we've got a trophy, we've got some medals, and a ridiculous second place today. Congratulations to Airborne. And then for first place this year, we have a tie. Again, you guys keep making it harder and harder. And so, in fact, you did. And our other first place team, congratulations to Nanomed. And once again, I have to say, such a good job and congratulations, truly, truly, from the bottom of, I think, all of the judges' hearts. We mean it when we say you all did such a good job. Truly, every team today was outstanding. You did not win today, it really doesn't stop here. And again, all of our teams, when they're really dedicated, they go on to do incredible things. So this is just one step on the journey. So congratulations to everyone today. Amazing job. If you are one of our first, second, or third place teams, please see Denise before you leave. Because she has your non-novelty check. She has the actual one. So please see her before you leave. Please stick around. We've got still, I think, the wall up for taking photos. If you want to take photos up here, you're totally welcome to. If you want to chat with any of our judges that want to stick around, you're welcome to. We will send all of you guys the feedback that all of the judges gave you, so you guys can, again, continue your learning. Because we had positives and we had the glows and grows for every single team today. So please take what they said and go forth and continue on with your nanovating and your learning and your being amazing, because you're all so inspiring, and great job. Thank you, everyone.